Yes. Is the public in? You can come in.
Okay, why don't we give them, yeah, a couple minutes. And then,
We're signing in.
Okay.
That's what we're doing.
all right, all right, it's 9 o'clock. Let's call this meeting to order. Essa, can you take roll, please?
Yes. In attendance, we have Chair Don Mende, Vice Chair Gary Mackler, Directors Jason Bradshaw, Jake Kimura, Carol Ryman, Craig Hirai, and Mike McCartney.
Thank you, Essa. We have a quorum. I guess before we start, for the directors that are online, could you let me know or let us know if there's anyone participating at your location, and if there is, could they identify themselves, please?
This is Mike. There's no one here.
Thank you, Mike.
I just, record note, I'm on time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Okay, this is Jay Kimura. There's no one here.
Hey, Jay, thanks. All right, moving on. Okay. Item number 2, approval of minutes. Can I get a motion to approve the annual meeting minutes of July 14th?
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Jason.
Second.
Is there any discussions, any additions or deletions? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you. Moving on to item 2B. Can I get a motion to approve the minutes for the regular meeting of July 14th, 2022?
So moved.
Thank you, Carol.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion, any additions or deletions? If not, hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, thank you. All right, moving on to item 3A. This is to approve the leasehold disposition of a 17.14 acre remnant parcel known as Lot 19, located in the Hokulele subdivision, Kaneohe, Oahu, KMK 145023019 to Puiku Maoli Ola LLC. Can I get a motion, please? Thank you. Can I get a second?
Second.
Gary? Is there any members of the public that want to provide testimony on this agendized item at this time? No? Okay. Oh, there we go. We got our public testimony. Who's presenting for this?
Hi, good morning, Chair, members of the board.
Okay.
Hi, this is Jason Takata, HHFDC. So again, the facts are presented in the for action. The Hokulele subdivision was developed by Hawaii Housing Authority, predecessor to HHFDC, in the mid-1980s on 50 acres of land located adjacent to the Windward Community College in Kaneohe. And the 242 lot single family project was developed under 359G and was completed in 1988. So HHFDC is the owner of the subject property as shown in Exhibit A in the for action. The subject property is not ceded land since it was acquired from DLNR in exchange for HHA's 150 improved non-ceded subdivision lots in Waianae in 1983. Pursuant to Resolution 36, HHFDC is authorized to sell the subject property in fee for affordable housing development. However, the parcel's configuration and topography make it development impractical. HHFDC currently spends an annual maintenance expense of approximately $15,000 maintaining this particular parcel. We maintain a landscape portion of the property at the Malka end of Loli'i Street. And in addition, we do respond to periodic complaints about trespassing, other requests for additional landscaping, tree maintenance, and other matters related to the property. Again, the property is not feasible for development of affordable housing because of its unusual configuration. There's a limited usable area for residential use and very limited access points. Most of the property is situated out just behind many of the single family home lots in the subdivision. Hui Kumaoli Ola LLC, which is a Hawaii LLC, has expressed an interest in a long-term ground lease for the subject property for diversified agricultural purposes. They have submitted their letter as shown in Exhibit B. Currently, their operation is located just minutes away from the subject property. They also own the property in fee that's just located next to the subject property. Hui Kumaoli Ola was founded in 1999 by Rick Barboza and Matthew Sherman. And for over 20 years, their mission has been dedicated to the perpetuation and preservation of Hawaii's natural history and culture through their educational services, habitat restoration, and propagation of native Hawaiian plants. And before the arrival of Hui Kumaoli Ola, there are many nurseries in Hawaii grew very few, if any, native Hawaiian plant species. And the market at that time had consisted of about 5 different native species 20 years ago and has grown to about 200 native species and varieties today. So they've been recognized as cultural experts by many state and federal agencies and organizations. And based on initial discussions with staff and representatives from Hui Kumaoli Ola, staff requests to enter into a long-term ground lease for the subject property based on the key lease terms that were summarized in the 4 action. Staff recommends that the HHFDC Board of Directors approve the leasehold disposition of the 7.14 acre remnant parcel known as Lot 19 in the Hokulele subdivision, Kaneohe, Oahu, TMK 14-5-2319 to Hui Kumaoli Ola LLC, substantially on the business terms that were described in the 4 action, and to authorize the executive director to undertake all tasks necessary to effectuate the purposes of the 4 action. Staff is available for questions, and we also have Mr. Kelvin McKeague, who is a manager at Hui Kumaoli Ola.
Hello?
Hello, how's it?
Is it? Were you guys gonna share with us a little bit from your guys' perspective? Because I've been working on this since 1988, so I'm on that parcel. So maybe if you could just share a little bit real fast, that would be helpful, just for the record. This is Mike McCartney from the board.
Oh, okay, hi everybody. This is Kelvin McCaig, sales manager. I've been with Hui Kumaoli Ola for over 20 years. The idea that we have right now for the parcel is basically just kind of an expansion of our nursery and our operations. Really just in the sense that we want to go and outplant some of our natives in that area and grow them out so that we kind of have a source to go get to collect our seeds and plant materials like cuttings and stuff so that we can propagate here minutes away at our location where the nursery actually operates and where actually customers come in. So yeah, it's just we could use more space. Always looking to expand to grow out bigger trees. Right now, the area that we're on now that we use is just like small potted stuff, tabletop plants and stuff like that. We're thinking we can use that parcel to just kind of like grow out some bigger plants and trees. So kind of landscape the area, clean it up. And, right now it's just filled with invasives and bamboo and forest. So we're gonna kind of clear out and get rid of that and then just replace it with some natives.
Thank you. And thank you for the work you guys do.
Right on, thanks.
Yes. Jay, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. So you vote yay or
He's the
nay?
one with the dog.
Jay, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Okay, so on the vote, do you vote yay or nay?
Yay.
Okay. Thank you.
And then Carol Ryman
Yay.
and Craig Hurai abstains. Mike McCartney,
I vote
Sure.
yes.
thank you.
Motion carries. All right, moving on to item 3B. This item is one, to request from the developer to increase the low-income housing tax credit reservation, and two, resolution 176, which amends resolution 156 by increasing the intended issuance amount of the Huli May multifamily taxes and revenue bonds for Hale na Poa o Anakahi, formerly known as West Cooley Street Senior Veteran Housing Project located in Hilo, Hawaii, KMK 324057030. Can I get a motion, please?
Motion.
Thank you, Sid. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thanks, Jay. Before we go, is there anyone from the public that want to provide any testimony on this agenda item? Seeing none, okay, go ahead.
Morning, Chair. Morning, members of the board. I'm David Roy, Finance Manager for HHFDC. Again, this is for the Hale o Anakahi project in Hawaii, formerly known as the West Kuili Senior Veterans Housing. This is for 92 elderly units in Hawaii, all one-bedroom units, with preference for elderly veterans or the elderly spouses of deceased veterans. The original award for this project was in July 8th of 2021. Project is requesting an increase in the bond issuance amount, federal and state LIHTC and RHRF. Into the resources requested, project will be absorbing their increased project costs by getting a grant from the County of Hawaii Housing Trust Fund, also receiving county home funds on this project as well, increase of the general partner's equity, and an increase in the deferred developer fee. So project is slated to begin construction and do financial closing in October 2022 and targeting completion for Q1 2024. Staff has reviewed the request and recommending that the board increase the award of annual federal LIHTC credits over a 10-year period to $2,574,289, and also increase the state LIHTC award of over a 5-year period to $2,574,289, as well as approving resolution 176 by increasing the intended tax exempt issuance of revenue bonds to $30,500,000. All subject to the provisions and conditions of exhibits D and F in the for action, and authorize the executive director to undertake all tasks necessary to effectuate the purposes of this for action. Developer is here to answer any questions that the board may have.
Thanks, David. Is there any questions or comments from the board? All right. If not, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you. Moving on to item 3C. This is to approve a request from the developer to amend the rental housing revolving fund award for Hale Nakua o Hanakahi, formerly known as West Koili Street Senior Veterans Housing project located in Hilo, Hawaii, TMK 324057030. Can I get a motion, please? Thank you. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thanks, Carol. Is there anyone from the public that want to offer any public testimony for this agendized item? Seeing none, okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So this is again for the same project, East of Hawaii. Staff was working with the developer greatly on this project to make sure that the numbers and the proposed increases were feasible both for the corporation and for the developer in order to get the project moving along. We did have a change that needed to come in after our final submissions for the 4 actions were given. So I'd like everyone on the 4 action, if possible, to reference Exhibit A of the 4 action under the financing and costs. And specifically there, item 4, subheading A. So after we had submitted our final numbers, the LIHTC investor for the project had a concern regarding the maturity date, basically the loan term and the amount. So we had to make a change. So the changes noted to this item 4A are the previous projected balance. Right now it says $8,081,290. That has been amended to $8,165,097. So 8,165,097. And the maturity was previously 60 as shown on for action, 60 years, but that has been amended to 58 years in order to maximize pay down as well as ensure that the project, the maturity date of the loan does not, maturity time of the loan does not exceed the term. Those are known changes on that. So for this for action, developers requesting an increase of the RHRF request of $342,447. Staff has reviewed the request And along with the request in the loan amount, has recommends an increase in the loan amount as well as an increase of the payback to 95% of available cash surplus after all recognized expenses. So staff has reviewed the full request and incorporated that recommendation. We recommend project award of $342,447 increase to the RHRF. We also are requesting that the board allow us to basically have the affordability period end within the 5 years of the expiration of the ground lease. The reason is originally when the project was awarded in 2021, they had that 5-year window, they had that 5-year buffer between the end of the ground lease and the affordability period. But we're a year later in now, so we just need it to be a little shorter. That's a minimum threshold item. Staff has reviewed this. Light Tech Investor has reviewed it. Only Captain Budget is asking for that to be recommended.
All right, thanks, David. Is there any questions from the board? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you. All right, moving on to item 3B. So this is to approve resolution 177, which provides for official intent with respect to the issuance of Hula May multifamily tax exempt revenue bonds, and 2, reservation of low income housing tax credits for the Haleo PEKL 2 project located in Kihei, Maui, TNK 239002076. Can I get a motion, please? Ms. Carol, can I get a second? Thanks, Jason. Is there anyone from the public that want to provide testimony on this agendized item at this time? All right, seeing none, go ahead.
Thank you. And this is for the Haleo PEKL 2 project in Kihei, Maui. This is for 97 elderly studio and 1-bedroom units. The total project cost is $44,177,487. Project is $455,438 per unit. Developer is requesting a reservation of $1,889,230 in federal LIHTC credits over 10 years and state LIHTC credits over 5 years, and the issuance of $23,500,000 in Hula May multifamily revenue bonds, as well as $14,065,000 in rental housing revolving funds. In addition to these resources, the project has received an Affordable Housing Fund grant from the County of Maui, $4,665,000. They have executed a residential workforce housing agreement with the County of Maui. The civil and building plans are in progress, and because of the residential workforce housing agreement, the project is eligible for fast tracking and exemptions from certain permit and impact fees from the county. The project is targeting construction for beginning Q2 2023 and completion in Q2 of 2024. Staff has reviewed this request and recommends that the board approve Resolution 177, which provides for the official intent to issue revenue bonds in $23,500,000. Also approve the reservation of $1,889,230 in federal and state LIHTC credits, and authorize the executive director to undertake any tasks necessary to effectuate the purposes of this for action. And the developer is also here to give a brief presentation on their project to the board.
Okay. Thank you. Hi, before you start, can you state your name, please, for the record?
My name is Keegan Flaherty and I work on the development team for HHFDC Development. And thank you guys for the opportunity. I appreciate the board and the staff. The opportunity to present this Haleo Pi'ikea Phase 2 project in Kihei, Maui. The project's a partnership between HHFDC Development and Mark Development. And we have Collie Watson and Chris Flaherty here with us today from HHFDC Development. And also with us is Craig Watasi from Mark Development, and his staff are here with us as well. I'll be presenting this project to you today, and together the partners have created over 3,500 affordable housing units and have developed 25 affordable housing projects in Hawaii. The Haleo Pi'ikea development is in a prime central Kihei location, which will facilitate convenient access to public transportation routes, health and social services, government offices, shopping, restaurants, recreation activities, and employment opportunities that are all located in close proximity within the downtown Kihei area. The property is currently undeveloped, vacant land with all the utilities available for immediate hookup. Next, we have the entire parcel site plan split up with the 3 separate phases of development. Phase 1, which is the southeast portion of the parcel, was awarded an allocation of 4% low-income housing tax credits, Ulame multifamily bonds, and rental housing rolling funds in 2021. This phase will contain 90 units of 100% affordable rental housing for low-income families, and we'll be breaking ground on phase 1 following the receipt of our building permits in the beginning of March 2023. The second phase, which is what is presented here today and is included in the 4 action, will contain 97 rental housing units for our low-income kupuna age 55 and older. This phase, which we call Haleo Pi'ikea 2, is located on the north side of the parcel along Pi'ikea Avenue. The third phase we are planning is located on the Makai or west end of the property, and we're still working on getting the financing in place. We submitted an application for tax credits this past February to HHFDC, and we're unsuccessful in receiving an award. We plan on applying again next year for credits. Phase 3 consists of 36 affordable rental housing units for low-income families at or below 60% AMI in this phase. The phase discussed in the 4 action today, Haleo Pi'ikea 2, will contain 1 mixed-use mid-rise building that will consist of 100% affordable rental units for an affordability period of 66 years. And please excuse the error within the presentation. This will be for 66 years. And this will serve low-income kupuna with incomes ranging between 30 and 60% AMI. There will also be 1 manager's unit included for a total of 97 units within the building. The project will consist of studios and 1-bedroom units with on-site parking, a community resource center for the provision of social service programs, including financial counseling and health and wellness, an exercise room, and open green space. There will be ground floor retail space, costs of which are being incurred 100% by the buyer of the retail space at closing, as well as on-site bicycle parking to encourage the use of nearby bicycle paths connecting throughout the neighborhood. With a total development cost of a little over $44 million, the County of Maui contributed roughly $4.6 million in affordable housing funds for some of the construction costs. This is a rendering from Architects Design Partners displaying the design characteristics of the building facade, which fit within the design guidelines of the downtown Kihei plan approved by the planning department as part of the original entitlements. Up here, you'll see the rents, which are based off the affordable rent guidelines prepared by the County of Maui's Department of Housing and Human Concerns for the island of Maui. As you can see, there will be a combination of studios and 1-bedrooms for rent by seniors with incomes at or below 60% AMI. Some of the highlights we wanted to share for this project include the following. We've received support from the local community planning and advocacy groups, the Kihei Community Association and the South Maui Advisory Committee from several community meetings. also secured support from the County of Maui as they've contributed over $9 million so far for phases 1 and 2. We've also executed residential workforce housing agreements under Maui County Code Chapter 2.96, which allows for certain exemptions from permit and impact fees, as well as establishes the project as a top tier priority and will undergo fast track permitting and expedited plan reviews. In terms of project phasing and economies of scale, we will experience savings in excess of $1.5 million by developing phase 1 and 2 on a parallel track. We expect the receipt of our building permits in June 2023 and our SMA amendment approval in December 2022. And finally, phase 1 and 2 should finish construction within 30 to 60 days of one another, delivering a total of 187 units of affordable housing for both low-income families and Kapuna in South Maui. On this last side, you will see the remaining project schedule with our building permit application going in the early fourth quarter of this year. We also anticipate receiving our SMA amendment approval in the same quarter of this year. We expect to receive our building permits and commence construction in June of 2023. Construction should take us a year with completion in quarter 2 of 2024 and 100% lease up in the first quarter of 2025. With that, this concludes our presentation and mahalo for the time and consideration.
Great, thank you. Is there any questions from the board? No? It's a good project. Thank you for your presentation. So if there is no questions, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you. All right, moving on to item 3E, related project against the approved rental housing revolving fund project award for the Haleo Pi'ikea 2 project located in Kihei, Maui, TMK 239002076. Can I get a motion, please? Thanks, Carol. Can I get a second? Thanks, Jason. Is there anyone wanted to offer any public testimony for this agendized item? Hearing none. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So again, this is to approve the rental housing revolving fund loan award, Haleo Pi'ikea 2, in the amount of $4,065,000. Staff has reviewed the request and we are recommending a 68-year loan term for the full loan amount at a rate of 0.125%. This will have a 100% surplus repayment from cash flow after expenses, subject to the availability of HHRF funds. The staff has reviewed this and recommends the board of directors approve the HHRF project award for $4,065,000 for Haleo Pi'ikea 2, subject to the execution of documents satisfactory to HHFDC, outlining the terms and conditions of the project award, completion and execution of all necessary documentation required to secure the release of HHRF funds. And again, available, subject to the availability of HHRF funds, and authorize the executive director to undertake all tasks necessary to effectuate the purposes of this fraction.
Great. Thank you. Is there any questions from the board? No, it's not. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you. Moving on to item 3F. This is to approve resolution number 178, which provides for official intent with respect to the issuance of Hulume multifamily tax exempt revenue bonds, and 2, reservation of low-income housing tax credits for the Oahe Ridge project located in Lihue, Kauai, TMK 438005022, CPR 0002. Can I get a motion, please? Thank you. Can I get a second? Thank you, Carol. Is there anyone that wanted to offer public testimony for this agendized item? All right, seeing none. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, this is to recommend an award for the Oahe Ridge project in Lihue, Hawaii. This is for 61 family units on Hawaii. The total construction cost for this project, $16,016,610, at a cost of $687,673 per unit. This project has 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units in the project. Developer is requesting a bond issuance amount of $334,080,000. Also, the reservation of $2,750,000 over 10 years in federal LIHTC and $2,750,000 over 5 years in state LIHTC, and a loan of $25 million from the rental housing revolving fund. The project has received its civil and building plans, and those are in progress. Permits are expected in early 2023, as the project is eligible for fast track processing. So the project, targets closing in Q2 2023, construction to begin in Q2 2023 as well. Also for this project, we do have the developer here to give a brief presentation on the project, but staff has reviewed the request and does recommend that the board approve resolution 178 for the issuance of tax exempt revenue bonds, $34,080,000, and a reservation of $2,750,000 in federal and state LIHTC credits, and authorize the executive director to undertake all tasks necessary to effectuate the purposes of this fraction. And the developer here to give their presentation.
Right, can you state your name, please, for the record?
Aloha board, my name is Kai Watase. I'm with Mark Development. One of the general partners of the Hawaii Development LLC. And on behalf of the general partners, we'd like to thank you for your time and opportunity to present our project.
Thank you.
So, first off, our team is present here today. Hawaii Development is the general partner of the applicant Hawaii Ridge Hui Limited Partnership. Relief Holdings is the first general partner, and Chris Flaherty is here. White Community Development Board is the second general partner and is also the nonprofit. Cully Watson is here to represent them. And Mark Development is the third general partner, who is also the property manager. Greg Watase is here representing Mark Development. And so just to clarify, Kennekia Development is actually a partnership between Three Relief Holdings and Hawaii Community Development. So there are actually two general partners in this structure. And collectively, our team has developed or owned over 3,500 units of affordable housing. On the island of Hawaii alone, we manage 369 affordable housing units. And in the state of Hawaii, we developed 25 units. And one of the best features of this project is its location. It's located right off the highway, almost directly across the street from the Kukui Grove Center. It's walking distance to the Kukui Grove Center, employers, retail, healthcare, and other services. And the project will feature multimodal storage areas for bikes, scooters, and kayaks, an EV charging station, and bike racks. Six affordable rental units, with 8 units at 30% of the AMI, 10 units at 40%, 42 units at 50%, and 35 units at 60%, and 1 manager's unit. And in addition to this unit mix, we've been awarded 17 project-based vouchers by the County of Hawaii. It's not included in the LIHTC application because the county's RFP was in March, which was after our LIHTC submission. And this slide is our conceptual floor plans of the building. We'll have 8 buildings scattered across the site. We'll have 48 units, 48 one-bedroom units, 24 two-bedroom, two-bath units, and 24 three-bedroom, two-bath units. Walking Ridge will feature a barbecue area, playground equipment, and a multi-purpose community room. Our next slide is the development schedule. I anticipate submitting building permits in the fourth quarter of 2022, with building permit issuance in the second quarter of 2023. And in the second quarter of 2023, we close our financing, and shortly after that, start our construction. Our first building completion is set for the second quarter of 2024, and the last building in the fourth quarter of 2024. We expect lease up 100% lease up in the first quarter of 2025. We are confident in the schedule. We have a great team of consultants and contractors outside of the main developers. Val Engineering is our lead engineer. Mark Ventura is the architect, the local architects on Hawaii. And Shioi and Goodfellow will be the general contractors. This is the same team that was put together to develop the Ko'e Makana project that was placed in service about 2 years ago in 2020. So with the support of this team and also the County of Hawaii with their project-based vouchers, along with their fast-track processing and our history of working together, we feel this is a schedule that we can stick to and that our team is very excited to get going on. So mahalo again to the board for your time today. And thank you staff for all your hard work preparing for action and this recommendation.
Right, thank you. Any questions from the board? Yeah,
I
Gary.
have a question for Kyle. Hi, Kyle. Thank you for the presentation. The project looks like it's a 3-story walk-up. I'm asking this question in terms of accessibility of units. I mean, is there any elevator or plans to install elevators into the buildings?
There is no plans yet to install elevators, but the ground we will meet the ADA requirements for accessibility.
Okay. Is it something that's still under consideration for this project for a 3-story walk-up, or is it? Got a shaking head back there.
Yeah, elevators are not really efficient for a 3-story as far as operating costs wise, especially.
Okay.
So many buildings with maybe larger buildings.
Well, I'm asking too, because I know there another project on Kauai that is a 2-story and a 3-story. It's a senior living project, but it's both 2-story and 3-story are elevated. So that's designed for the aging in place concepts, but I'm just thinking, I know this is a family rental, but just wondering if the 3-story, if there's any consideration for that.
Yeah, we've all carried double beds up 2 flights of stairs in our lifetimes, I'm sure.
Okay.
They're gonna have to still do it.
Right.
Thanks, Gary. Anybody else? All right, thank you. Just no other questions, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carried, thank you. Moving on to item 3G. This is to approve rental housing revolving fund project award for Hawaii Ridge project located in Nui, Hawaii. KMK number 438005022 CPR 0002. Can I get a motion, please? Thank you. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there anyone that want to deliver any public testimony at this time for this agendized item? If not, go ahead.
Thank you. So this is to Request for the board to approve the award of the rental housing revolving fund loan of $25 million to the Rocky Ridge project. Staff has reviewed this request. Staff is recommending the award of $25 million in HRF funds, recommending a 55-year loan term at 0.25% interest after year 2. Repayment will be 70% of available cash flow after expenses. Based on the model from the developer, the RHRF loan will be repaid in full by the end of the loan term under these terms. So loan is subject to the availability of funds. So staff has reviewed the request and has made this recommendation of awarding $25 million in RHRF funds to the project, contingent upon execution of all documentation necessary to HHFDC, outlining the terms and conditions of the project award. Also, the completion of all documents necessary to secure the release of RHRF funds, subject again to the availability of RHRF program funds, and to authorize the executive director to undertake all necessary actions to effectuate the purpose of this correction.
All right, thanks. Is there any questions? All right.
I have one more. David,
Yes.
the utilization of the rental housing revolving fund works out on this project to about $260,000 per unit, approximately, which is quite a bit higher than what we've seen in the past with projects utilizing rental housing revolving fund. I think it's the upper end has been more in the 180 range. So could you speak to that?
Well, yes, basically the project overall, this has 3 bedroom, this has 3 bedroom units as well. So the units are bigger in this project as well.
Okay.
The project overall has the largest contingency budget that we've seen for all our projects. It's 12.31% for construction. Most of the projects came in around 6 to 7%. So there's a large contingency budget built in. There is a high cost of offsite improvements for this project as well. It does require excessive grading and drainage improvements to the site just because of the topography. And then acquisition costs overall for the project are probably higher. So.
Thank you.
Thanks, Barry. Anybody else? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carried. Thank you. All right, moving on to item 3H. This is to approve a request from the developer to amend the rental housing revolving fund award for Hale Moana Kupuna, formerly known as Kulana Hale o Kapolei, project located in Kapolei, Hawaii, TMK 191088021. Can I get a motion, please?
Motion.
Thank you. Can I get a second?
Second.
Carry on. Is there anyone that wants to offer public testimony for this agendized item at this time? Seeing none, go ahead.
Thank you. So this is regarding the Hale Moana Kupuna project. It was formerly known as Kulana Hale project. This is an elderly project out in Kapolei on Oahu, 154 units. Originally, this project was awarded its bond and LIHTC credits in 2014, and then the board approved a rental housing revolving fund award in January 2015 for this project. So this was the first phase of a separate, a 2-phase project. They were developed and awarded separately and developed separately. So this was phase 1. Kapolei mixed use development phase 2 was the second phase, but they were developed separately and awarded separately. So the project originally for the one we're talking about, the elderly project began construction in 2018 and it was completed in the first quarter of 2020. Originally, they had projected strong demand for the project. However, the lease up and the project completion was at the peak of the COVID-19 pandemic. So originally, the market study that was used for the application and was evaluated for the award. We predicted a lease up of 6 to 8 months to do full lease up after completion. However, it took 18 months for the project to get fully occupied. Project was actually placed in service March 11th, 2020. There is a 7,400 square foot retail space on this property. To date, it remains unoccupied due to, even though project teams made significant effort to get this space leased out. The income that was supposed to be generated by this retail space was about $359,000 per year to directly benefit this project. So due to all these circumstances, there's been a reduction in the permanent loan proceeds of $4.8 million from the original underwriting amount, and the development team had incurred a $1.6 million yield maintenance fee from the senior lender. So it created a financing gap for this project of about $5.4 million. So the project itself has not met the performance budget expectations. However, the second phase, which was the mixed use family project, has outperformed its initial budget. That project has a budget surplus for RHRF of about $2 million. And what they were planning to do on this side was return that $2 million to HHFDC once the 8609 is issued and the project is complete. In the meantime, going back to phase one, the development team has worked with their senior lender to restructure their financing and offset the yield maintenance fee. However, there is still that financing gap. Staff received a request this year from the development team to increase the RHRF amount that was originally allocated to the phase one elderly project that's underperforming. They requested an additional $2 million for that phase to help offset their financing gap. So basically, staff had originally awarded a loan amount of $10,684,000 in RHRF to phase one at our interest rate of 3% for a loan term of 37 years. So with the increased request from the development team, the new of $2 million, the total outstanding RHRF loan amount to phase one would be $12,684,000. So in the request that the developer presented to staff, they updated their numbers with their new request amount, their new pro forma. They put in actual numbers from their income statement to show what their operating expenses and actual income were, and forecasted a new multi-year budget based on that. So based on that, the amounts that they provided, the project does perform with the increase of $2 million for the same loan term of 37 years. So based on those numbers and that evaluation, we request that the staff, the board, approve the request of $2 million increase for this project for a total RHRF loan amount of $12,684,322. All the other terms and conditions of the existing RHRF reward will remain the same. And this is also subject to the repayment that I mentioned earlier of the $2 million surplus from phase two. They will make that repayment of that surplus directly to HHFDC after the issuance of the 8609. So summarize, requesting $2 million increase for phase one on RHRF, contingent upon the repayment of $2 million for phase two. So again, this is subject to the availability of RHRF funds. The developer is here remotely and in person to answer questions on the request if there are any.
All right, thank you. Anybody have any questions? No? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you. Moving on to item 3I. This is to approve the granting and cancellation of various rights of entry and easement necessary for the leasehold development, ownership, and operation of the Kahului Civic Center mixed-use complex located at 153 West Ka'ahumanu Avenue, Kahului, Maui, KMK 237004003. Can I get a motion, please?
Move to approve.
Thanks, Eric. Can I get a second? It's Carol. Is there anyone that wants to provide any public testimony at this time for this agendized item? None? Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Thanks to the model the development section. The state of Hawaii is a principal owner of the Kahului Civic Center property at 153 West Kahumanu Avenue in Kahului, Maui. The property has been set aside to HHFDC for the development of a mixed-use project consisting of multifamily affordable rental housing, office space, civic center, parking, the new Maui bus hub, and other incidental uses purposes. The new Maui bus hub is under construction at the southeast portion of the property. Act 191, approved by the governor in June 2022, excludes non-ceded land set aside to HHFDC from the definition of public lands under HRS section 171-2. The Kahului Civic Center mixed-use complex is on non-ceded land set aside to HHFDC. HHFDC believes that Act 191 excludes HHFDC from needing to seek DLNR approval of rights of entry and easements at the Kahului Civic Center mixed-use complex. However, the DLNR's AG disagrees with this interpretation. Therefore, the Department of Attorney General is assessing whether DLNR approvals are still needed for rights of entry and easements at non-ceded land set aside to HHFDC after 191, after Act 191, since this question affects other state agencies as well. HHFDC has been working with NICO at a couple of matters which may require rights of entry and easements at the Kahului Civic Center mixed-use complex. One project is the relocation of a couple of NICO poles required for the improvement and dedication of Vevar Street by the developer of the Kahului Lani project adjacent to and to the south of the Kahului Civic Center mixed-use complex. The other matter is based upon the county's desire to participate in NICO's e-bus charging port pilot program for the bus hub. The participation agreement for that project requires the landowner to sign the agreement and agree to a construction right of entry and easement for the NICO infrastructure. This for action seeks approval of the granting and cancellation of all rights of entry or easements necessary for the leasehold development, ownership, and operation of the Kahului Civic Center mixed-use complex as deemed necessary by the executive director. Subject to approval by the Board of Land and Natural Resources is necessary, and approval as to form of the applicable documents by the Department of Attorney General. Available for questions.
Thanks, Dan. Is there any questions?
Just my only question is, are you getting any preliminary indications from BLNR whether they'll approve or not?
The AG department is assessing.
Oh, it's through them. Okay, so they're talking. Okay.
Great. Our department is trying to determine whether BLNR approval is even
Even
required.
necessary.
um,
Yeah.
Due
Okay.
to the new act, so we're
Okay.
waiting for further guidance.
There's a recent bill that was enacted that exempts us from the definition of public
Right.
lands. We're trying to see if
Assess
they'll
the
hold-
impact of that, and that still requires BLNR board approval for easements and rights affecting the lands.
Okay.
Our department is looking at it overall because it does affect other state agencies, not only HHFDC, that conclusion will affect other state agencies as well.
Are we expecting an answer quickly, or are we supposed to
Um,
dual track this, or what?
No, I suspect an answer within the next week or two.
So the way the recommendation is
Right,
stated,
it's
we're
fine. He
fine.
says if necessary.
Oh, okay.
So
Okay,
there's that caveat.
all right. Any other questions? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you. All right, moving on to item 3J. This is to, one, approve the establishment of a dwelling unit revolving fund budget for leasehold improvements at the Pohulani commercial located at 677 Queen Street, Hui Kaka'ako, Oahu TMK 121051, parcels 13, 18, and 33. Two, and an amendment to the Hawaii Housing Finance and Development Corporation office space lease at Pohulani Commercial. And three, the execution of an occupancy agreement with the State of Hawaii Department of Human Services for office space at Pohulani Commercial. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Thank you. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there anyone that wants to provide any public testimony for this agenda item at this time? No, hearing none. Richard?
Morning, Chair and board members. Pohulani, which is the building that we're in today, completed in 1992 by HHFDC and HCDA. In addition to the affordable residential units, there's about 46,000 square feet of office space here. When construction was completed, HHFDC leased the entire third floor. DAGS, on behalf of the Department of Human Services, leased the entire fourth floor. And both of those leases had initial terms of 30 years, expiring in August of this year. In May of 2019, we sold Pohulani and leasehold. And in connection with that transaction, we basically extended our lease here. Initial term of 30 years. Well, we canceled the original lease. We entered into a new lease. Initial term of 30 years with extension options that take us out to 75 if we want. 75 is the length of the ground lease term. But we ended up leasing both floors, basically master leasing the DHS space. The reason for that, there were a couple of reasons. One was DAGS, which was which was managing the lease for DHS at the time, didn't want to agree to some lender modifications that the buyer's lender, Fannie Mae, required. Also, DHS at that time wasn't ready to commit to an extended lease term. So we ended up master leasing both floors, with the exception of the rent upstairs on the fourth floor through the end of this month. Our rent is cam only, so we're just paying our operating expenses. The rent upstairs, we can pass it through to the building owner, and that's just that was just how we put together that transaction. The master lease, again, as part of the transaction, we built in a $1.13 million tenant improvement allowance. And we ended up using all of that money to renovate our offices here. It's about $50 a square foot. And then earlier this year, DHS came to us, and I think in part because they saw our renovation, they indicated an interest in extending their lease. So we've been kind of working on this for about a year or so. We finally came to agreement on basic business terms in May. there's a term sheet attached as exhibit A to the core action. Basically, 10-year lease. Initial monthly base rent will be $1.31 per square foot. It's a little bit below market. Annual rent escalations will be %. That's below market. And we've agreed to fund $800,000 in tenant improvements to the fourth floor space. That number was built up based on a scope of work that DHS had put together, you know, what they wanted to have done with their space. So to actually get the improvements done, we have agreed with our, in principle, with our landlord to amend our master lease. We'll provide for a one-time rent payment equal to $800,000 plus GET thereon. For-profit developers looking at it. That'll be funded by the dwelling unit revolving fund, and then our landlord will take the $800,000 and make the improvements to the fourth floor space in accordance with DHS's the plans that they agreed on with DHS. You'll see it attached to the exhibit A. There's pretty detailed proposal that the Stanford Tar guys put together. What they plan to do with the space. Essentially, we're acting like a typical office landlord. We had a tenant to renew. We needed to offer an inducement for them to renew, so TI allowance. And we're getting a return on that money. Payback is a little over 2 years, 2.6 years. And it's going to net cash flow to us, I think around $360,000 in the first year alone. So any questions before I go to the recommendation?
Isn't that they passed a year ago or something about cutting down on office lease space or something? Are you familiar with that?
I heard something about that, but DAGS isn't. DAGS is not assisting DHS in this matter. We're a private. Well, sorry, it's state to state. So DAGS is not assisting. If we were a private landlord, then DAGS would assist DHS. That's my understanding.
I remember something about trying to cut down on office space.
I remember hearing something about that too. But again, they haven't been involved.
Okay.
So the request is to approve the following: establishment of a DERF budget in the amount of $837,000. Sorry, $837,696 for the leasehold improvements, subject to other conditions deemed necessary and acceptable by the executive director, including the reallocation of line item funds as the need arises. Also subject to the availability of their funds, approval and release of funds by the governor, an amendment to our master lease with our landlord, and the execution of an office space occupancy agreement with DHS. All of that substantially on the terms described here, and to authorize the executive director to undertake all tasks necessary to effectuate the purposes of this branch. Any questions?
Is it sublease?
Yeah,
Sublease or what?
there are lessees, so it's from a landlord's perspective, it's a sublease. But
No,
consent is
actually-
not required
Yeah, no,
under our.
it's a sublease, right?
The sublease, because there's a ground lease, our office lease, and then, there'll be a new DHS.
Chris, will the one-time rent payment, DERF funds be put in an escrow account for the future improvements?
We haven't discussed that yet. We actually just drafted the amendment to our lease
Okay.
and are about to get it over to the landlord. Yeah, we'll take a look at the mechanics of that. I mean, our expectation is they'll use it pretty quickly.
Okay.
But yeah, we'll consider that when we're finalizing.
All right, anyone else? Okay. If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to item 3K. This is to approve the following actions related to requests for proposals number 22-005-REC, Hulia Ikanu'u Mixed-Use Rental Housing Project Restructuring and Preservation. One, rescind the RFP award to Catholic Charities Hawaii as successful offerer. And two, cancel the RFP. Three, to enter into direct negotiations with a joint venture, Mark Development Inc., Pacific Development Inc., and Skylar Pacific LLC for the leasehold purchase and sale of the Kula Ika Nunuu mixed-use rental housing project. Can I get a motion? Motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Gary. Is there anyone want to offer for any public testimony on this agendized item at this time? No? Okay, thank you. We're gonna have the next speak first, yeah? Okay.
Chris is supposed to present on this, he probably went to go get his file.
Oh, okay, okay. So he'll be right back.
I really apologize, Chair. I didn't realize. There's one right after the other.
Oh.
There's no one at reception had on my keys. I'm sorry.
Okay. Does anyone need a break? Yeah? 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Is that good? Okay.
Sure.
How's it? As the world turns,
Yeah.
um, the kind of,
Oh, thank you.
Did we already, we had a motion and a second, right?
I don't know, I
Okay.
ran out,
Yeah.
so, I'm sorry about
Yeah,
that.
no, and then we didn't have any public testimony at the time, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, go ahead, Chris.
Okay. The Cooley Newton project is a 72 unit multifamily rental project in Waianae. It has 2 ancillary buildings with dormitory space. This building, each with attached laundry room. There's a 2-story resource center. It's kind of like a commercial building with about 12,000 square feet, and there's a vacant 1.27 acre parcel. This is a project that we took back from the original developer, I want to say around 2013, 2014. And operating it ever since. Back in 2013, we began a program to dispose of our owned and operated affordable rental housing portfolio. Summary of those dispositions to date is on page 3 of the 4 action. 2I. And currently we have just 2 operating properties remaining. One is Kulia, the other is Naniakuna in Papua, Big Island. In October of last year, we entered into a contract with CBRE to provide investment sales services for Kulia. In February of this year, we issued a request for proposals seeking a qualified owner operator to buy the project and be sold under a new 75-year lease. We received 3 proposals. We invited 2 parties to participate in a best and final round of offers. And based on the evaluation committee's recommendation, the executive director agreed and this board approved award to Catholic Cherries Hawaii for the RFP. Catholic Cherries was notified of the pending award on May 24th. This board approved the RFP award on June 9th. And we had the parties had agreed that Catholic Charities would provide the initial draft purchase and sale agreement. We had a couple follow-up things to them to kind of see where they were. By early July, we requested that we got to get this going. We need a PSA negotiated and signed by July 27th. That date kind of backs into today as far as preparing new material. On July 18th, Catholic Charities notified us that it would not be proceeding with the acquisition of Kulia. Primarily, they cited change the interest rate environment. And although it's not included in the 4 action, we did get a letter from them withdrawing their proposal on August 4th. So while Catholic Charities was in the process of withdrawing, we did commence discussions with representatives of the second higher scoring offerer, which is basically a Hui of Mark Development, Pacific Development Group, and Skyward Pacific, just to gauge their continued interest in buying Hui.
That said, Chair, may I suggest that we understand that motion to go into executive session, to consult with our attorney and to discuss this proposed acquisition of that property.
Okay. And oh, okay. Can I get a motion to go into executive session?
I'll make a motion that we go to executive session.
Right, can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Carol. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we are in executive session. Yeah.
Okay, move on to our recommendation, which is that Board of Directors approve the following actions relating to the request for proposals for the Cooley mixed-use rental housing project, restructuring and preservation. The first is to rescind the RFP award to Cafeterias Hawaii as successful offerer. Second is to cancel the RFP. And the third is to enter into direct negotiations with the joint venture of Mark Development, Pacific Development Group, and Skylar Pacific for the leasehold purchase and sale of the Cooley project. It should be back before you next month.
All right. Thanks, Chris. Is there any other discussion or comments from the board? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Thanks, Chris. All right, so this is moving on to item 3L. So this is, it's just an update. Update on the status of the Halawa View 2 and Halawa View 3 projects located in Aiea, Oahu, TMK 199003-026 portion of ending CPR. Is there anyone that wants to provide any public testimony on this agendized item right now? Seeing none, all right.
Hello, members of the board.
Morning.
Chris Oakes, finance specialist, speaking in regards to Halawa View 2 and 3. They were awarded low-income housing tax credits along with Hulumi multifamily tax exempt bonds and rental housing revolving fund monies on July 11th of 2019. It's 302 units. Includes studios, 1, 2, and 4 bedrooms, serving households earning 60% area median gross income and below. I do have the pleasure of introducing Joe Michael. He would like to provide you with an update on the status of the project. And with that,
thank you, Chris.
Hey guys, yeah, thanks, Chris. Good morning, board. Thanks for allowing me to present this update on the project, Halawa View 2 and 3. So we're the developer, Pacific Development Group. We're family owned and we've been around since 1969. We've done over 4,200 affordable and workforce housing units over that length of time, of which 500 have been in Hawaii. Some of our recent projects in Hawaii include Kiwalo Apartments, the Miley project. The first phase of this project that we're talking today about, so Halawa View 1, which was completed in 2014, it was an AC rehab, originally built in the 70s, and then the total acreage there is 3.1 acres, most of which is a surface parking lot, which we plan to build phase 2 and 3 on top of. So you can see the project site's located near Aloha Stadium and across from Pearl Harbor and hugs Halawa Stream to the south. And it's within the Halawa area TOD as well. So you can see that rendering of the tower going up where the surface parking lot exists today. And there's the unit mix and the affordability breakdown that Chris touched upon earlier. Those are just some project hurdles that are behind us. We could revisit that with questions later. Oh,
sorry about that.
It's okay. So yeah, we last presented in December of last year, at which time we were granted an extension to January 31st, 2023 December 2021, we submitted for our building permits to DPP. So that's in process. We had a meeting with DPP in April of 2021. No, April 2022, I'm sorry. And we shared with them our timeline of which we want to start construction. And they basically said their system's bogged down right now. It's taking a lot longer to issue building permits because of the shortage of staff, plus some audits they're doing on random building permit applications. So their suggestion was to pursue a foundation and superstructure permit and start on those. So April 26th, we met with staff and pitched them this idea, and they supported that approach. And so that's what we're moving forward with at this time. We currently anticipate foundation and superstructure permits to be approved in November or December of this year. We already have our grading permit approved. And so that would give us the ability to close and start construction in December or January of next year, which would meet the current extension deadline. Also, we were recently awarded $5 million from the City and County of Honolulu through the Affordable Housing Fund program. A couple of weeks ago, we were one of the projects selected in that RFP, and that helps absorb some of the construction cost increase we're seeing into this project. So it's great to have that city support.
Thank you, Joe. Members of the board, if you have any questions, not only
Question,
for staff, but also for.
Question. There's 300 units, new units.
302, yes, units.
That's net 300. They're not taking out any of the low rises. Right?
No.
Do you have water and sewer? Did the city give you water and sewer allotments for the units?
Yes, we do have a will serve letter for the new 302 units. Yes.
Water and sewer.
Yes.
And they haven't fiddled with the water bill.
Oh, understood.
Okay, no, I'm just,
yeah.
Given its proximity to
Yes.
Red Hill.
Right.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
I have a question. Actually, I may have two questions, but my first question is, how certain are you as to the timing of getting the foundation and superstructure permits issued based on what you were telling us November or December of this year?
Yeah, so that's the most recent update from Polycana, our permit expediter and third-party review company. But of course, I mean, it's hard to really pin down exactly when the city and county would be able to issue those permits, but that's the guidance that we've received at this point.
So does your third-party expediter have any commitment from DPP on a schedule to get those permits issued?
No, unfortunately, DPP doesn't commit to schedules.
Okay, good. I'm just asking out of concern because, we're in the third extension given by this board or past boards for the project. And I know it goes out into January of 2023. And I guess my question is, this one is for staff, I think. If this project does not get its financing closed by that most current extension deadline, what is the impact to the rental housing revolving funds that are committed to Halava 2 and 3? Because I know we're looking at about $122 million of rental housing revolving fund money. And I'm certainly not hoping for this. Would love to see this project succeed. But in the worst case scenario, if it doesn't reach that milestone by the deadline and no further extensions are given by the board, what happens to the rental housing revolving fund?
These funds from the rental housing revolving, when we make an award, they are committed to the project. Should the project not start construction or proceed according to the conditions stipulated, then what we would do is essentially would not provide them another extension, and then the funds would go back to being available for future projects.
Okay.
Yeah, but.
Right.
Okay.
I think DP, and who's been talking to DPP, because DPP's got problems.
Well, I haven't directly, so, but yes, to answer your question.
No, I mean, it's kind of,
Okay.
it's, my understanding, it's no joke that they're backlogged. And they've
So-
got some issues.
So you answered that, my question, but I guess same scenario with respect to the bond, to the Hula May, what impact, if any?
But Gary, I think in Honolulu, as opposed to maybe Kauai, this is, DPP is a problem for a lot of things right now.
Well, I'm not asking about DPP though. I'm asking about the financing and what becomes of it if the deadline is not met and no further extensions are given.
It lapses.
It just lapses. So does it fall back into a pot?
Yeah,
It does.
but I'm suggesting that there may be justification for extending because.
I'm not going there yet. I'm not
Okay.
even broaching that subject about justifications. I'm kind of looking at a scenario and and
No, once they lapse, because it's a revolving fund, because it's a fund.
Yeah.
Once BNF allots it and it's paid into the fund, it doesn't lapse back to
Okay.
the general fund or the bond fund, yeah.
Yeah, well, and that's my concern. I just wanted to know what
No,
happens.
HHFDC doesn't lose it, the project loses it.
Okay,
Right.
okay, now that answered my questions. And I certainly hope that's not the case, and I hope you, speaking to the developer remotely, I hope you can meet your deadlines to get your financing closed, to get your permits and your finance issued and your financing closed. Because I can't predict what the board will do if it's faced with another extension. I don't know how that vote will go. So,
Yeah, I mean, I hope we don't have to get to request an extension either. I hope that DPP, we can work through this with them to obtain the foundation and superstructure permits and hopefully close with HHFDC and RHRF on those permits prior to the deadline. So that's our goal at this point.
All right, thanks. Is there any other questions? No? All right, thanks, Chris.
Okay, yeah, and thank you, Joe, for providing us an update. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, Joe.
Yeah, mahalo.
All right, moving on to item 3M. This is another information on program details of the rental housing revolving fund tier 2 gap funding related to Act 236 SLH 022. Was there anyone that wants to provide any public testimony on this agendized item? Nope, seeing none. All right.
Thank you, everybody. Referring to the for information item M, July 1st, the governor approved Act 236, Session 1 Hawaii 2022, which is the Exhibit A attached. Among other things, it appropriates $300 million for fiscal year 2022-2023 into the rental housing revolving fund. Part 2, Section 4 of the Act states that up to $150 million will be used for mixed income rental projects targeted for individual and families with incomes above 60% and at or below 100% AMGI of the median family income for the state of Hawaii. So with that, HHFDC would like to establish the rental housing revolving fund tier 2 moderate income funding program for fiscal year 2023 with the intent on awarding these funds. So this program, our tentative timeline would be to announce this new program on August 15th, Monday. release our applications online, make them available online and to applicants on August 15th. Applications would be due to HHFDC on September 16th and a target awarding of November 10th, 2022. So we have the program details as an Exhibit E, but also up here on the screen as well. Up on the screen is the detail from Exhibit E. So basically, the money shall be made for mixed income projects. So anyone 60 to 100% AMGI. One of the caveats that we're going to state to applicants for the program is that the 9% LIHTC allocation has been fully awarded. We're also going to state that we've awarded up to our bond cap limit with respect to the 4% LIHTC credits. So what that means is we are going to ask for developers who are interested in applying for these funds to come in with alternatives forms of senior debt and or RHRF only. So there won't be any LIHTC or bond available for this project. So among the requirements, we have to follow the Hawaii revised statutes, the admin rules for RHRF, provisions of the Act itself, and we're going to require that applicants meet the existing minimum threshold requirements as stated in our instructions for the rental housing revolving fund in order to qualify. So basically, it's going to be a targeted program specifically to pick what's been called the missing middle for this group of the population. Projects can come in if they want to go in with senior funding from bonds, but the bonds can't come from state of Hawaii. They would have to seek outside senior funding from other sources as well. We have gotten some information that these sources of funding are available, so these will probably be explored. But overall, as I mentioned, it's basically telling applicants that we don't have any 9% or bond available for funding, and this is an RHRF funding round for the program. So again, the things that we're going to evaluate on are just using the consolidated application that we currently have, just updating, of course, the dates and not requiring certain items that would be specific to bond or LIHTC. The evaluation for scoring and awards will be the degree of leveraging for the financing, so the best use of financing for the projects, efficient use of HHFDC resources, which is a standard as well for our scoring. We want to maximize the number of units with the least amount of state resources used. One of the areas that's a little different because of the timing of this program is the project readiness. So normally we require 201H in as part of the application or the approval to be complete. But with our tight timeline, we have decided that to determine part of project readiness, that we'll have a contingency that the 201H must be approved by May 31st of next year. So just giving time for applicants to go in, get that and come back, because we don't feel like applicants would be able to meet that deadline before September 16th of this year. So we'll also evaluate on past performance and standard terms of the RHRF loan, the rate, the interest rate charge, as well as we are looking for full repayment of our resources by the end of any approval term. And then, of course, yes, the minimum thresholds for RHRF has to be met. So again, the timeline, just to put it visually again, so we would like to launch this program on August 15th. All announcements made by then. Applications would be available starting Monday as well. Applications due by September 16th of this year. We want to evaluate and score by the 18th of October so that we can make our recommendations for the November board meeting to award these funds. And our deadline to award these funds per the Act is June 30th, 2024 to award it out. Any questions or anything?
Have you had any inquiries from developers about this set aside?
We have had people state that they've inquired about what we're gonna do with this money and that they would possibly have projects for it and that the target group is a visible one.
And the timeline for the application, a month, is that long enough?
We did reach out
Just one program.
for the one program. We do feel that given the amount of applications we'll get in, because it's a specialized program, it's not the entire consolidated application. It's a specific group, specific project. We feel that the amount of applications we'll get in, and again, just for one program, a month is sufficient to get quality applications and score them.
There's been a working group on this with developers that have shown interest and can meet it. So they've met several times leading up to this.
Even without the 4%?
Yes, so they have to seek outside. So that was made known from meeting one. So shortly, even before the bill was passed, we started meetings with the developer groups that could show interest. So they're in tune, gearing up.
They're gonna make good projects.
That's what we hope. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Most of the projects will be high density projects, in order to make this program work. That's the one thing. And then also looking for alternative financing for senior debt. Is an exercise and a good thing for developers to see as well.
We definitely need that area.
Well, this
that
is a
workforce,
unique
yeah.
opportunity for us to address the moderate income rental household.
And this will go up to 110,
100.
100
Yeah.
initially. Yeah, initially. Okay.
Yeah, we're excited for the opportunity.
Yeah, no, we need that 60 to 100 now. All right, thank you.
Thank you for getting that.
Question.
Yeah.
Sandy, question. When you put out the RFP or when you make the award, the 150, right, is what we're talking about? Do you need an allotment or do you folks award on the appropriation or do you need an allotment?
That, I don't know. I mean, what do you fix the procedure?
That's
So-
a Holly question.
Yeah. That's not-
We can get back to
We
you
would
on that.
need, so when the awards are made, we're just encumbering the funds, but to actually deploy the funds.
You can't
you would have to
encumber it,
be-
you can't encumber it without an allotment.
Yeah, so Holly said, it's a Holly question for that. Yep. Follow up to that.
Okay.
So we should request it now.
Well, that's my question.
Yeah.
But then we got other issues too to discuss with you guys, yeah.
Well, I also did forget to mention that,
Yeah, 2022.
yeah, I did forget to mention that the funds, the $300 million of the appropriation, would be subject to any imposed restrictions. Any restrictions would be published in an executive memorandum as part of the fiscal year 2023 budget execution policies, which has not been distributed yet by the governor's office. So it would be subject to any restrictions.
I think we better talk to you guys about, because there are issues about, what we just said, there's allotment, encumbrance, and there's actual closing and disbursement. Different issues.
I suggest a motion be entertained to consult with council regarding the timing of some issues here. That,
Again, going to executive session.
yeah, could you entertain a motion a second and then take a vote to go in
Okay.
to consult? with-
I'm going to executive session as recommended by Attorney General.
But can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, we are in executive session.
Okay. I'm not gonna go over who's here. I'm just gonna add the new people. So the same board member, oh, sorry.
It's coming in and out.
Regular session. Thank you, everybody. So from the discussion, there was a couple of items that came up. So one, I'll just say Gary. I mean, so for item 3M, we are with we need a 2/3 vote, but we are amending the agenda item to state discussion on program details of the rental housing revolving fund tier 2 gap funding program as related to Act 236 and SLH 2022. Now can I get a motion on that?
I move. So move.
Can I get a second? Thank you, Jason. Any discussion? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. All right, so we are actually going to introduce a new motion, which also requires a 2/3 vote because
No,
we're,
it doesn't.
oh, okay, a new motion to add to the agenda, and this is to
Not
approve,
to add to agenda, that arises out of the agenda.
arises out of the executive session agenda to approve fiscal year 2023 application round for the rental housing revolving fund tier 2 gap funding proposal from,
Gap funding program.
excuse me, program from Act 236 SLH 2022 under the timeline and terms set forth by staff. Can I get a motion?
I move that we approve the motion.
Thank you. Can I get a second? Jason, thank you. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you. All right, so moving on to item 4. So can we go executive session for both or?
No, we need to come, I like, I prefer
Back
to
and
come in
forth.
and out. Yeah.
Okay, so item 4A, this is to update on the status of lease rent renegotiations for the Waihole Valley Agricultural Park and Residential Lot subdivision located in Waihole, Ho'olau, Koko, Oahu, TMK 148 various. Can I get a motion, please? Oh, no, I don't need, this is just an update. Okay, is there anyone from the public that want to deliver testimony at this time on this agendized item?
We have this executive session item.
Yeah, but
I don't know.
You want to go
here,
straight? in?
There's nothing to,
okay.
no comment to make publicly.
Okay.
All right, so hearing none, we can move forward. You want to suggest we go into executive session?
That's my suggestion.
Okay, can I get a motion, please?
I move that we go to executive session for the discuss the negotiations with the Waihole tenants.
Jason moved, can you second, Mike?
A second.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we are in executive session.
Grab branch there.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, do we need all these other staff members in here? Because if not, can we have them excused? It's just too many. Too many to keep track of. Chris, who do you need here? Let's have everybody else excused.
Who's behind me?
Okay.
I'm all for that.
We have a lot more.
Yeah.
No, I mean, this is, we have one more executive session and hopefully Denise's report is fast.
They're not seniors.
All right. Thank you, everybody. I don't need to say anything, right? Just move on to the next one. huh? All right, okay, so moving on to item 4B. This is a discussion on the state's private activity bond cap and the impact on the Hula May multi-family tax exempt bond revenue bond program. Is there anything before we get into the executive session?
Entertain a motion.
Okay. Okay, can I get a motion to get into executive session so the board of directors of Hawaii Housing Finance and Development Corporation anticipates convening in executive session pursuant to section 92.5A4 HRS to consult with the board attorney and on questions or issues regarding the board's powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and liabilities as it relates to this matter.
Motion.
Gary,
Second.
Yarrow, any discussion on the favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Right, we are in executive session again. Thank you.
Peace.
I would just out of prudence.
I was gonna abundance of
We can keep it, but can we get all the exec session materials back and to SFP?
Okay. All right. We are in regular session. Thank you. I guess we had provided some guidance to staff during that. You want to go over it?
Yes, so the staff was seeking guidance from Board of Directors relating to closing the 2022 funding round. With such guidance, staff will send correspondence to any rejected applicants. And also, staff was seeking guidance for the ability to accept an application for Halimo Ili Ili outside of the funding round and close with an award, if any, subject to approval from the board.
All right, thank you. Okay. Okay, moving on to item number 5, report, the executive director report.
So good afternoon, board members. Thank you for working through lunch. I'm gonna make this very brief so I don't compete with your appetites. While I have David and Chris here, I really would like to recognize the multifamily team from the Housing Finance branch. David being here only around 6 months, Chris being here only about 1 year and 4 months, Sun and Jay being in between there. This is a relatively brand new team and they have done an outstanding job of learning the programs, pulling everything together. Actually, their level of experience has led to more detailed and I think a better analysis of the applications. So I really want to thank them. It's been huge, record number of awards in recent years. This is 10 so far. And they've just been doing such a fabulous job. So thank you very much. Really appreciate it. A lot of long, hard hours. So thank you. Other than that, again, this was a banner year for housing and HHFDC with close to 370 million that we've got, and not just the 300 million, but we've got 20 million in DERC, 41.5 million for DHHL, and then we've got 1.6 million, I think, just for us to improve this room, the sound system, computers that are close to a decade old, and our IT guy has been running around town just to piece it together to keep things going. So I think it's been fabulous for HHFDC. I did also want to mention the legislature established 2 housing task force for which we are going to co-lead with Public Housing Authority to examine the barriers to housing, mainly permitting at both the state level and the county level, and zoning and housing ordinances. So that's what we have in store, and I just want to thank the board for your continued support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Short and sweet.
All right,
Okay.
moving on to item number 6. Can I get a motion to adjourn? Don't all say thank you. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you. We are adjourned.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Cecil, you do this